One, two, one, two. Yeah, yeah. Check one, two.
G, G, 1G, G, 1G, G, 1G, yeah, 1G, G, yeah, 1G, G, 1G, G, 1G, yeah, yes, ma'am. Okay.
1, 2.
Testing 1, 2. Good? Okay. Then I'll just go like this and then. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Kim Makatini. I'm the acting deputy city manager for eThekwini municipality. I am going to be your program director for today. If you have noticed, there's a slight change to our program where we were supposed to have the recap. We will start with, so we're still going to have the recap, but we will start with the presentation by Mr. Riel Noluchungu. The presentation you will have noticed, it was supposed to have penned yesterday at the last session. So we will start with that. We will then introduce Mr. Leslie Yule. Mr. Leslie Yule was supposed to be coming up at the next session, later in the session, but we will start with him this morning. From there, then the program will flow as originally put. So I'd like to welcome you all to this second day of the SALGA, second annual local government labor virtual seminar for SALGA. To start the session, I will start with inviting Mr. Johan van Zyl, who is the senior advisor from SALGA, to give us a recap of yesterday. Thank you, Johan. Please, if you can please come forward.
Thank you very much, and good morning to the leadership and colleagues. I think yesterday was very inspiring, and I hope every one of you feel the same about the exciting program we had yesterday, and that we all feel inspired by what we've dealt with yesterday. Just to give a quick recap on what happened and what transpired yesterday, I think we kicked off by through a video that was pre-recorded by the Chief Officer, Mr. Riel Noluchungu, to just show that indeed with this new technology, things can still happen. Then we had a speaker, Mr. Lechuti, and I think it was a very inspiring message that he brought to us. And one thing that I think he emphasized is that although the world changed and our environment changed and we are now working from home, it still requires us to be disciplined. And the importance of that discipline, I think, was brought forward by Mr. Lechuti, that you perhaps need to sometimes just keep the freezer that is just around the corner. Otherwise, you will end up looking like me. Be disciplined and don't eat all the time. And still do your work, show interest in your job, and use the technology that is available to us. Mr. Sibanda was the next speaker, and he gave us a global perspective of the fourth IR. And although we all knew that the fourth IR is upon us, and it will mean that some people might become obsolete and they may not be able to work anymore, we started to make use of technology that was available, and we were basically forced into this fourth IR and making use of technology. Suddenly we have meetings, no longer physical meetings, but we use the technology that is available to us, like the Zooms and the MS Teams, to have our meetings, and we can still do our job. Mr. Letsatsi gave from the public service, gave us an outline on what transpired in the public service negotiations. And I think what was quite evident is that it became a long and prolonged court case, whereby perhaps I think it would be so much better if there could be collaboration and the discussion around this matter, so that the trade unions and the employer could sit around the table and looking at, with the less resources and the pressure on the fiscus, how to best deal with what they have. I think it end up in a win-lose situation, with the public service being the winner at this point in time. Of course, the trade unions have applied to the Labour Appeal Court, and they want to take the matter to the Constitution. But at the end of the day, I think it is actually a sad state of affairs that this matter basically broke down the trust relationship in the Public Service Bargaining Council. Advocate Jazz Flikasi took us through a few court cases, and I think if I can mention but one is the matter of Standard Bank, whereby the employer didn't accept the resignation of an employee to try and avoid that a disciplinary hearing is taking place and that the person ends up with discipline against his name. And I think if we bring it closer to us, to local government, we all know that our disciplinary code makes provision that a person can indeed resign before there is a verdict in a disciplinary hearing. And that is perhaps something that we need to look at. Mr. William Thompson, inspiring us again with his passion for interest-based bargaining. And I think it is very clear to all of us that instead of positional bargaining, where you end up with court cases most of the time, if we collaborate and if we discuss, because we find ourselves in a position where we will have to do more with less in terms of finances of municipalities. No one can say that we have enough money, but we have to look at what we have and to see what is the best we can do with that money. So Mr. Thompson ended up saying that even now, he even believes more in interest bargaining than before, despite the change in our world of work. Ms. Rapule then outlined the occupational health and safety issues in the context of the COVID-19 and the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think what was important is that we also realized that in terms of COIDA, when you get COVID at the workplace, an employee can indeed claim compensation when they got COVID. To create a safe work environment. Our work environment is our houses, our own homes. And of course, it's very difficult for the employer then to secure those safety. Mr. Zwain Dlala from SALGA, my dear colleague, then took us through the SALGA processes and advice and presentations that we did to municipalities. And I think one thing that was, three things that came out was that the exemption applications and the current situation of exemption applications makes it extremely difficult, and it may not be the best way that we deal with these matters in the current situation, and we need to relook at that. Instead of having a legal process, more emphasis should be placed on what is the real financial situation of municipalities. Very important issue that he outlined is those surveys that went out to municipalities, that those municipalities who haven't submitted, to please submit those survey questionnaires, because it's very important data for SALGA that we can use very fruitfully in trying to represent municipalities even better. Mr. Gerard Greveling and had a panel discussion with several of municipal officials, and I think it was important to see how municipalities adapted to, even in these difficult times, still being able to do things. One of the issues, for instance, discipline, which we never thought would be able to do virtually, through processes and rethinking, even disciplinary hearings took place in certain circumstances through a virtual platform. Job evaluation, which we never thought will be possible to do without physical attendance, by rethinking and making use of technology, it became possible to even do job evaluation virtually. So it seems to me that we are moving on the right direction as municipalities by rethinking, refocusing, and do things, and the job can continue to serve our communities to the best of our ability. The last session of the day was the session of something that is, I think, close to all of our hearts, the second pandemic, like the president called it, gender-based violence. I think we must even put more emphasis to say it's not a second pandemic. COVID is nothing if you can compare it to gender-based violence. And we have all our resources, all our policies, everyone is talking, but unfortunately, it seems to me where we say women must speak up, we are wearing this mask and we are keeping their mouths shut. And it's time to speak up for women. And I think for us men, we need to stand up for our dear ladies. And we must deal with gender-based violence in the most harsh way. Put our words into action. Let's not allow sexual harassment to take place in the workplace. Doesn't matter who is responsible, those people must be taken on, and we must protect our dear ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, I see I have a little bit more time, but I think we will all be glad if we can save time to make up for the lost time yesterday due to the power break. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and I hope you will find today's discussion just as effective and interesting like yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan, for that recap. I just want to remind you, the audience, that you will still find the presentations on our app. You can download the app. I know that some people were asking where the presentations are. They are actually available on the app, and the app can be downloaded from your phone. When you download it, you're looking for SALGA, and for those on Twitter, they can use hashtag SALGA LLS or hashtag SALGA labor law to post your questions, to post your comments, and tell us what your comment, post your comments in terms of what you think of the course. Before I introduce Rio, I'd like to branch out a little bit and congratulate our matriculants, the class of 2020, who made it. And I think you played a key role as parents who are also navigating through the new normal. And I'm sure as aunts, parents, sisters, brothers, you may have played the role in making sure that they pass their exams. So well done to you all, and well done to our matriculants. Before further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Rio Noluchungu, who is going to do the launch of the LLF training program for the employer rep. As you know, this was supposed to have been done yesterday, but we have moved it today, as I mentioned to you this morning when I spoke to you about the change of the program. Over to you, Mr. Rio Noluchungu. Thank you.
Sometimes it's a little bit harder to take the mask off. Thank you, Program Director, and greetings to the delegates attending this important event. I think I'm going to present the item of the launch in two segments. I will start talking to the delegates about the storyline of where we come from in respect of why we came to a, thank you, why we came to a decision to develop this program and what has it taken to get us this far in terms of the program content and what is in store going forward. And then after that, we will obviously deal with the audio play. As you know, at the beginning of this seminar program, we spoke about a lot of things that are important to support and improve our labor relations system in municipalities. We got a lot of feedback from you at some point. You also participated in a survey that sought to assess the existing environment on the ground. And from that engagement, you said two specific things to us as SALGA, that go back and look at developing a training program that would respond to some of the challenges and frailties that we see in the functioning of the LLF at a local level. So we went to the drawing board based on that guidance and requests from delegates who were members, who were participants in the March 18 as well as March 19 labor law seminar. But I think before we talk to what did we see when we conducted the situation analysis, let's just talk in briefly about what is the role of the LLF and its positioning in the sector. As we know, the LLF is an animal that has been created by a collective agreement concluded under the auspices of the Bargaining Council. It requires that this structure be established at a local level, comprising of members of municipalities as employers, ordinarily and normally appointed by council. It also draws in shop stewards from both unions that are admitted and recognized in the sector, in particular, Samwe Nimatu, and its rules of operation at a macro level, at a broad level, are set out in the very same main collective agreement that I've just spoken to. So an LLF is an institutional arrangement that operates inside the municipality. And as it operates inside the municipality, it does not occupy a unique legal identity. It does not occupy, or it does not have its own locus standi. Its locus standi is by virtue of it being an operating structure within a municipality. So it's almost important that we bear in mind what these principal arrangements behind the establishment of an LLF. So why is it there in a municipality? It's primarily to give effect to employee relations processes, practices, and engagements as they apply to that specific municipality. So when we did the situation analysis, which was sort of our own methodology of business case development before we developed the training program, we had to ask certain things from municipalities. And here is the snapshot of that picture. Everyone who participated in the survey had to answer whether they are an LF member, whether they are part of management, and which type of municipality they come from. You may be wondering, why was this information important? It was important so that we get a sense who is speaking and responding and giving SALGA ideas about the functionality or lack thereof of an LLF that they're a part of. And those are the numbers that came through. Of course, we considered the sample that was the basis of the survey fairly representative in giving us a picture. We did that survey, by the way, in March of 2019. And this was a breakdown of the people that participated in the survey. When you look at all respondents, you know, some said yes at 40%, some said yes at 60%, and the breakdown in the LLF from the yeses and no from management, as well as non-management members of the LLF. So a picture of a split set of views about the LLF and its functionality. We also asked certain questions about what makes, in the view of each respondent, an LLF effective. So in the picture of many people, or in the minds of many of us in municipalities, whether we are councillors, whether we are in management, whether we're not in management, and whether we are employee representatives, we've got different views about what makes an LLF work. Some of us believe that it works when it meets regularly. Some of us believe it's effective when there's mutual respect amongst the parties. Some of us attribute other reasons for why an LLF. What does that say to us? It says to us, we don't have a common set of ideas about what makes an LLF work. So the starting point behind the conceptualization and development of the program was to also hone in on those important elements that would create the kind of functionality that we're looking for. And you must remember, we are an employer body, we are an association of municipalities, we have a particular interest in terms of how LLF should work as the employer, and that interest may, in some instances, be diametrically opposed to what employees, or perhaps more specifically, employee representatives might think about why an LLF should be effective. But everyone agrees, at least admittedly, that LLF is a good platform for collaboration, and the foundations for it are still important for our sector going forward. And here's the slice and dice, obviously, of the respondents' views. What are the main challenges facing the LLF? Meetings postponed. We're not being trained. We are starting to respond in filling the gap around training needs. Resolutions not implemented, poor management, councillors not attending, LLF not taken seriously by management. It deals with issues that are not in scope. It's confrontational in its nature. We spoke about interest-based collective bargaining yesterday as being our preferred approach in terms of engagement. We want to foster that. It may be the missing link in our LFs, we don't know. Not adherence to agendas, reports, and agendas. So it's a mixture of what I would call administrative process as well as relationship engagement issues. So, to us at SALGA, having heard what municipalities have said, what is our view of a functional LLF? What are the embodiments of that functionality, except for the process-based and procedure-based matters? These are our requirements as SALGA, and those requirements are going to form an integral part of how the training is delivered to employer representatives. We want LLFs that are compliant. What is compliance? Compliance is LLF that stick to their limited operational and authority base, that do not take powers that they do not have. No matter how attractive or compelling it may be in the face of seeking to get a resolution expeditiously to a labor impasse, the LLF is meant there for a reason. And unfortunately, some of the reasons we use it for are not what the LLF was established for. The LLF's decision, in more ways than one, have an impact on the municipality's budget and its operations. So it's also important for different reasons around compliance that the LLFs operate within the purview of the compliance parameters and obligations that each municipality has to adhere to. So the LLF is not different. I did indicate earlier on, it is not a local standing structure that stands on its own. It only is birthed through a municipality being in operation, and it's only is birthed through a collective agreement. LLFs have an important role in promoting good governance, because if they are not compliant, they are going to undermine a municipality's ability to be properly governed. Good governance, avoiding irregular expenditure, avoiding wasteful expenditure, avoiding conversations in the LLF not being managed properly, systematically, to a point that there's labor strife, there's industrial action out there, which has all sorts of consequences and implications that we don't even want to mention in this platform, like damage to property, service delivery coming to a standstill, and all manner of undesirables that have become a feature of our labor relations environment in municipalities. LLFs are also relationship building instruments, because it's through those instruments that we can better coexist and collaborate with unions. Because if we don't use that platform for that purpose, where are we going to build the relationships between employers and employee relationships? LLFs are also about fostering employer relations harmony, stability, labor peace. Because if things go right in the LLF, it's very likely, or it's very unlikely, let me say this again, it's very unlikely that protagonists in the LLF base are going to seek to employ different and often clandestine methods of seeking resolution to their problems. If the LLF works, there you have a platform that gives you the confidence, that gives you the space, that gives you a compliant environment for resolutions of employee-related matters. LLFs are also, they have a relationship with sustainability. Because if an LLF meets there and decides that the municipalities must pay employees for whatever reasons, and the municipality is unable to make those payments, can't afford them for known reasons, why would an LLF take that decision when it's going to plunge the municipality into further financial difficulties? And this very same municipality, which is an instrument of constitutional delivery to citizens, first and foremost, this same instrument is unable to meet its constitutional obligations. This same instrument is even unable to pay you as the employees who started demanding to be paid more in the LLF. You can't even get your salaries to begin with. So there's a conundrum, there's a contradiction in how we look at the role of the LLF at times. So an important ally of municipal sustainability, if utilized to optimize and effectively build a strong employee relationship. LLF is about people representing the municipalities inside the LLF, knowing their business, knowing what they are there, and knowing what is their limits of their mandate, knowing the fiduciary responsibility that they have over the responses of the municipalities, knowing that they can't afford to take decisions that are not in the best interest of the municipalities. So those employer representatives can't just step in the LLF and they gloat in the pleasure and the privilege of being employer representatives and not knowing what the fiduciary responsibilities are that go with that responsibility. So I hope the delegates out there have a sense of these implementation aspirations in giving effect to this training program that you all have asked us to. I will again, just for good measure, show you the relationships between an LLF's functionality and the legal status of a municipality, so that it is very clear in our minds that an LLF is a special purpose instrument, for very specific objectives that have relevance in the goals and objectives of the municipality. Because the municipality can't operate without employees. We all agree with that. And because it can't operate without employees, a municipality has to create an enabling environment for relationships between itself as an employer and its employees to be a mutually beneficial relationship. And we all know what constitutionally a municipality is established to do by law and all other responsibilities that have been set out for our local organs of state in terms of the white paper on local government. So ultimately, the LLF exists to ensure workplace harmony for the greater fulfillment of the constitutional mandate. So it is ideally positioned, it is postured to contribute to the attainment of constitutional objectives. And please, may we say this again without coming across as arrogant. The LLF must do its business, must forget about trying to occupy a space that is not its space legally, that is not its space in terms of its authority. And I think this particular slide does seek to create those interfaces of clarity from a municipal council being a legal entity to collective bargaining being a big part of local government, underpinned by the work of the South African Local Government Bargaining Council, which is a statutory bargaining council established by law, and the environment of division of collective bargaining in the sector from national, divisional, as well as local. So when we go back to the training, because now we are about the launch of a training program, what do we seek to achieve through this training program. We want to inform members about LLF mandate scope and operations. We want to provide practical tools and processes for meeting planning and management responsibilities that have to do with work of the LLF. Provide skills training, in particular interest-based, collective bargaining, conflict resolution, and communication, because these are the fabrics of a functional FLLF. How do you work with each other? How do you resolve differences and conflict? And how do we communicate effectively with one another? Promote agreed terms of reference, as well as a code of conduct. So people, if they're in LLF, they have a code of conduct, they work on TORALs, hopefully they'll be better for the experience. Provide a platform for interactive discussions and to equip LLFs to make a meaningful input in skills development, employment equity, all the areas of legislative practice, but also most importantly, to also play its rightful role in contributing to an environment where minimum service agreements become a product of engagement in municipalities as provided for in the LRA. I think that, Madam Program Director, is effectively what we wanted to share by way of the context of the training program. And I will step down from here and allow the technical guys to do their bit. Thank you.
Introduced under the new democratic dispensation. One of those pieces of legislation is the Labour Relations Act of 1995, the LRA, which introduced the concept of collective bargaining between employers and employees. The LRA has been instrumental in the creation of collective bargaining structures in many sectors, including local government. Through the provisions of this law, the local government sector created an organization called the South African Local Government Bargaining Council, the SALGBC. The labour relations system in local government has 3 levels of collective bargaining. Each municipality has established a local labour forum, the LLF, for purposes of advancing the interests of collective bargaining and consultation between the employer and representatives of employees. Like many organizational arrangements, LLFs have their own challenges, such as their failure to function effectively and promote labor peace and stability. In an environment of labor peace and stability, there are prospects for improved employee productivity and organizational sustainability. Recognizing the significant contribution that must be made by employers in the effective functioning of LLFs, SALGA has developed a tailor-made training program to build the capacity of employer representatives appointed to serve in these LLFs. The municipal sector is a highly unionized environment. Sometimes, relationships between municipal employers and employees break down, often resulting in workplace stability being affected. As a proactive response to the critical needs of workplace stability in the municipal sector, SALGA has initiated a focused training program for the benefit of employer representatives to ensure that LLFs function as effective instruments of promoting good governance, accountability, and sustainability, as well as platforms for enhancing employee relations management. Capacity development programs, like the training program for employer representatives at the local labour forum, are implemented through the SALGA Centre for Leadership and Governance, the SCLG. Its primary methodology, being experiential learning and sharing engagements, is anchored around 3 pillars: learning,
Thank you, Mr. Noluchungu, for that presentation on the launch of the local labor forum training for employer reps. As someone who's involved in LLFs, I think the training will come in handy, and it's the training that we will appreciate. And we appreciate that you've responded positively to this request from the delegates. As you mentioned, LLFs are very important in the functioning of the municipality. And so this training, I think it will come in handy and will be appreciated very much. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Leslie Yo. If I can just give you a brief bio on Mr. Leslie Yo. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie leads the workforce transformation offering in Deloitte's human capital practice. And Leslie is an acknowledged leader in the design and implementation of value-based incentives focused on driving organizational performance. He has worked for a number of organizations, and I hope that obviously from working from those organizations, you bring in the wealth of experience and knowledge in terms of your area of expertise. Over to you, Mr. Yo. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very, very much for having me this morning, and thank you for your kind words, Program Director. I think today I'd like to talk about job evaluation. Quite a fancy title that we had, the essence and vision of job evaluation, how far we are, and what needs to be done to accomplish same. So I think really what I'd like to do today is just provide a little bit of background as to the journey we've taken over the last couple of years with SALGA around job evaluation. I think just the progress that we've achieved to date, quite importantly, where there are challenges, I guess, speaking about the local labor forum now, I guess with every structure and everybody, there are always going to be challenges. So I think part of what I'd like to do today is just highlight some of those challenges. What we have got planned going forward, just in terms of system enhancements and accredited skills training, and sort of next steps in the process. Maybe a really good place to start this morning is just to sort of discuss what exactly job evaluation is, or what exactly is the essence of job evaluation. And I think quite importantly is when one considers job evaluation, it's sometimes quite hard to draw the distinction between the role and the incumbent who occupies that role. And I think it is sometimes quite a difficult distinction to make. So I think really, really importantly in the case of job evaluation is we are interested in the role. We're interested in the essence of the role, and we are not interested in the incumbent that occupies that role. So we're not interested in the performance of the incumbent. We are not interested in the skills and experience of that incumbent who occupies the role. We're interested in the role. So what we're sort of trying to do from a job evaluation perspective is to say, how can we relate jobs to one another within an organization in terms of their intrinsic worth? So to say, how do we establish which job is more or less complex than another job? And how do we create a rational structure within any organization? So really, to all intents and purpose, it's a scoring and a ranking system. And very importantly, looking at the job. How we use job evaluation, I think quite importantly, is first thing we want to do is we want to understand the content of the job. So how do we do that? We understand the content of the job through a role profile or a job description. Often there is an interview to provide additional information and additional color around the role. Typically, in the case of municipal environment, you do have a very, very sophisticated and well-structured job profile process. So often those profiles are sufficient to get the data. One also wants to understand the organization structure and the reporting relationships and subordinates to really understand where that role fits into the organization. It then sort of goes through a fairly scientific procedure where using a series of measures or factors, we can come up with a score, and sort of in establishing that score can establish a level and a size for that role, and can compare that role to all other roles in the organization. So, you know, how big or small is the receptionist role to the debtor's clerk to an artisan, to be able to compare that intrinsic worth and size. So where does job evaluation fit into the bigger picture? I guess from a starting point is to say, it helps us to create a linkage with pay. So I think importantly, not the only link, but is to create a link with pay. It certainly allows us to establish pay scales around a grade, sort of very importantly in a municipal structure. Because we understand the relative size and complexity of roles, from an equality perspective, from a equal pay for work of equal value perspective, you know, job evaluation is an absolutely crucial process in the step. It allows us to say job A and job B, same size and complexity, therefore in terms of worth and pay, we should be considering the same target rate of pay for the job. So just a little bit of background as to where job evaluation fits into the picture. In the case of the sort of municipal sector or local government, we've implemented the task job evaluation system. I think one of the benefits of the task job evaluation system, notwithstanding its sort of simplicity, is it does correlate directly to sort of the Patterson job evaluation system. I think everybody sort of intrinsically understands what an A1 or an A2 or a B3 is. And in the case of task, there's a direct correlation between the task grade and a Patterson grade. Task is also a skills-based system. So as one progresses through the organization and the skill required to do the next job is there, task directly recognizes that. So basically, in the case of task, we have 5 skill levels. So if you want to put that into Patterson speak, A, B, C, D, E are our sort of skill levels that we look at. And then when we evaluate the role, it's a case of looking at 4 factors to evaluate the role. So what are those 4 factors? Basically, complexity, knowledge, influence are the sort of factors that one would look at in addition to pressure. What makes task a suitable system for the municipal environment? I think just in terms of that skill-based progression and sort of the sort of hierarchical structures one has in a local government setup, it allows for that recognition of skills progression. It also, we think, is a fairly reliable system. The process has been digitized, and we'll speak about the enhancements shortly. But what that effectively means is that when one goes through a grading process, if there is a mistake along the way, there are a number of safeguards built into the system. So if there is an anomaly or factors do not correlate in terms of score, the system is immediately going to warn you. So it is a very sort of user-friendly system. Just in terms of efficiency, it is an efficient system in terms of grading. One of the things we've done, and we will discuss that a little bit later in the presentation today, was just before the COVID outbreak, and now I've got to think carefully because it feels like years that we've been in this pandemic, but I think it was towards the end of 2019. We went through an extensive consultation process with a number of local government stakeholders, including JAUs, PACs, SALGA provincial managers. And one of the things we took a look at was to say, how can we simplify and enhance the process going forward? And we'll sort of share some of those enhancements just in terms of the new system that we will be implementing for local government. This graph over here just provides a bit of color in terms of the progress over the last 3 years. I think a couple of important stats here are probably over the last 3 years, in excess of 9,300 jobs that have been graded and evaluated. So despite the sort of COVID pandemic over the last year and a bit, there still has been significant progress. I guess just in terms of overall completion, it is always a moving target. As municipal structures change, as roles change, there are always going to be new roles that have to be evaluated. Our best estimate at this stage is probably about a 75% completion. I guess post the municipal election and new municipal structures, there will be additional jobs that will have to be considered from a grading perspective. I think one of the things that we have highlighted on this graph, particularly if you look at the graph on the left-hand side, is the first thing we've taken a look at is the number of jobs that have been completed on the system in terms of grading and the number of jobs that have been loaded on the system. Now, in some cases, that is a bit of a cause for concern. We've seen in certain provinces that a large number of jobs have been loaded, but those jobs haven't come to fruition in terms of grading. So just the relationship between loading the job and actually fulfilling and completing the grading process so that it can go to moderation. We are seeing in some provinces that has to be an area of focus in terms of getting the job loaded and actually fulfilling the grading process. What we've sort of just shown over here as a matter of interest is where the activity has largely taken place. I think just sort of one other area of concern that we would want to highlight is BCM, Buffalo City Municipality, who have sort of stepped outside the SALGA structure, have evaluated sort of the most jobs in the last 3-year period. And I think one of the things that we do need to focus on, and one of the things that we would like to focus on going forward, is really just the efficiency of the process, from municipal structures creating the role profile to the work of the job evaluation unit, to the work of the PAC and the adoption of the job finally by the municipal structure. So I think importantly, some work to be done over there just in terms of approving that efficiency and flow. And we also hope that the system enhancements that we've made will sort of simplify that process from start to finish. I think if we sort of talk about sort of successes over the process, it is a familiar concept in local government now. So I think well understood and well entrenched. 256 registered municipalities on the system. We do understand that number will change from time to time. We are about to roll out a new system, a new digital task-based system, following quite an extensive consultation and design process. What we've really focused on in terms of that system has been how do we make the grading process as quick and efficient as possible. We were also very aware of the fact that in a number of cases, bandwidth is a challenge. So we've built the system in such a way that it's not a high consumer of bandwidth. So just in terms of your smaller local municipalities, where bandwidth is a challenge, the system will still be operational. We've done some work on job cataloging, which is quite exciting, and we'll speak to that shortly. And we've certainly enhanced the reporting process, which from a municipal perspective, a SALGA perspective, and a stakeholder perspective, I think will be most useful. Just in terms of the job catalog process, I think one of the challenges that one experiences in the municipal sector is one of consistency. So the issue around job titling can vary from municipality to municipality. Administration clerk, clerk administration, clerk admin, admin clerk, and so the list goes on. So if one looks at government, a very, very structured approach, one job title, one role profile, and one equate grade. I think the challenge that we've had in the municipal sector is that differing approach to titling. So what we've sought to do is to develop a job catalog where we look at the possible titles that the job could be called. We've given it a suggested title, not to say you have to use that title, but just a suggested title. We said these are the experience, qualifications, KPIs, and summary of the role. And this is a modal grade for the role. So we think that just sort of going forward from a PAC perspective and from a JAU perspective, that will sort of certainly simplify the process. That catalog will be linked to the new system. So you'll be able to start to grade a job, compare it to a job in the catalog, and really simplify that process. Also, I think very positively, particularly from a SALGA perspective, a very sort of committed cadre of municipal managers that are assisting with the process. So we found a very sort of responsive process. I think where we are finding the challenges, and this is a two-way relationship. On the one hand, sort of the turnaround time. So when I say turnaround time, a municipality finalizes a structure, produces its role profiles. The turnaround time from role profile to JEU to PAC to adoption of jobs is one of the areas I think we do need to focus on. We do hope the system enhancements will help with those, and we'll discuss those in a bit more detail just now. But the process also goes the other way. So just the support that the individual municipalities give to the structures is also part of the two-way street. So, you know, releasing staff to participate in the JEU, and just providing that that support on that side. So it is a two-way support structure that is very, very important. Getting all the Munics to pay for the software. Data quality has been an issue in certain cases, and that is there are a number of issues that we have picked up there. I think the one I sort of alluded to earlier around just differing approaches to titling can make comparison quite difficult. Just in terms of completeness of data on the system, in terms of uploading a role profile, completing all the fields on the system. Some work still needs to be done there. Just sort of that continuous push to ensure that all stakeholders buy into the process. And I think probably the last one is just making sure from a stakeholder perspective that we have a clear role clarification and commitment. And we will be talking about our sort of capacity building initiative, which we will be looking at going forward. Just sort of the point around the job catalog, just the points I alluded to earlier. There is an inconsistency around titling. What we're trying to do here is to say, let's summarize the essence of the roles, give it a standard title, give it a modal grade, and we really think that when JEUs are working on the grading process, it will make their lives so much easier. When PACs have to grapple with the final moderation of the roles, we think the process will make their lives so much easier as well. So we are very excited about that initiative. We are looking to have that initiative complete by the end of March, and we will have 550 benchmark roles in that catalog. So just in terms of sort of 80-20, you know, probably covering in excess of 80% of municipal roles. So all the key standard roles that are common across all Munics will certainly be covered in this catalog. This data will be attached to the new system. You'll be able to download it, and it will certainly assist the grading process. I think one of the things that I'm really excited about, and this has been many years in the making and discussion, is the development of an accredited skills program. So working with the LG CETA to create a credit-bearing task job evaluation program, and to develop that program in such a way that it is fit for purpose for different stakeholders across the value chain. So I think the important stakeholders that we've sort of identified would be SALGA provincial managers, your audit committees or your provincial audit committees, your job evaluation units, and other stakeholders who would include your municipal employees and councillors. So looking at developing a program for councillors, looking at developing a program for your OD unit, looking at developing a program for your municipal manager and senior manager. So ensuring that we have a consistency of programs throughout. And sort of Deloitte and SALGA will be looking to sort of roll this out as a joint venture between the two organizations. We do have a memorandum of understanding in place and are working on sort of rolling out this initiative. and looking to have something ready post the sort of municipal elections is our sort of thinking at this stage. Just in terms of system enhancements, a couple of things that we really took to heart when we spoke to stakeholders was, one, let's make it as simple as possible. So we've taken the current digital process and really made it as simple as possible. So what we've said is, how can we grade a job with as few clicks as possible? And that's literally what we wanted to do, was to say, how do we do it with as few clicks as possible? So really reducing the time it's going to take the JEU to grade the job. We were also very, very mindful of the fact that bandwidth can be a challenge, particularly in your smaller Munichs. So making sure that the footprint of the system is so much smaller so that bandwidth is not a challenge. We've built in an online moderation process. So the PACs will be able to log into the system, moderate the work the JEUs have done, and submit for final adoption of the role, and also have enhanced the reporting process to make sure that it is relevant and useful for all stakeholders. Where do we need to go from here? One of the things we will be working on would be updating, revising standard operating procedures. I think we need to be mindful of system changes. We need to sort of be mindful of the LGCTA accredited training that we want to introduce. Turnaround time is a challenge, and as I said, it is a two-way street. So we found that time from structure to moderated role to adopted role is too time consuming, and likewise the support that the Munichs need to provide in the process is an area of focus. Impartiality, very, very important in the process. So making sure that we get more consistent around our job titling and our job content. And we really think that the new catalog will assist there. Standardization, and also what the new system will allow us to do is just to analyze the data, identify areas of concern, and sort of implement the necessary action plan. So I think just in a nutshell, fair amount of progress that has been made. On the other hand, I think we are excited about the prospect of continuing our relationship with SALGA, and excited about sort of the enhancements that we are looking at. So I think just purpose of today, I think that should give you a sort of reasonably good idea of task and where we are in the process. Great, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Yule, for your presentation on job evaluation. And thank you specifically for explaining what job evaluation is, and more emphasizing on the fact that you evaluate the role, not the person who occupies that role. Those who take part in the job evaluation process will understand what I mean. And so it's important also to ensure that when you submit your job description, you look at these key areas that Mr. Yule pointed out, which is the complexity of the job, the knowledge that is required for the job, the pressure that is the job comes with, and also the influence, and so that you are able to get the grade that you're actually looking for. Thank you also for sharing with us the number of trainings that you've done and the number of job gradings that you've done. And I think you're going to be kept very busy in the new role, in line with the new normal, because as roles will change going forward. And hopefully the challenges that you are experiencing will be dealt as we go along. And so thank you for your presentation. And for those who are still interested in all our presentations, please note that they are available on the app. And as I mentioned earlier, the app can be downloaded. You have to download the app in order to be able to access all of the presentations. So without further ado, I would now bring on to stage our next speaker, or the moderator actually, Ms. Kubeshni, who is going to be the moderator for the next session. And the topic is on perspectives on working from home, views, evidence, experiences, and recommendations. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Kubeshni.
Good morning, everybody. This mask thing is definitely a two-hand process. Welcome. You know, I've been looking at the back end of this of the seminar on Zoom, and at our peak yesterday, we had over 320 people, which is wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. So thank you very much for your presence. Thank you for being here. And thank you for honoring your own learning by joining this seminar. So we're going to have a little bit of a roundtable discussion, and it's going to involve three presenters. One of them online, Mr. Chetty, I see you're there, and two of them will be in studio. And I'm going to invite our in-studio panelists to please join me up on the stage. And as you do, I'll share a little bit about them. Their profiles are, of course, on the app, which we're teasing for good reason. The application is an investment by SALGA, not just for this event. It's about after this event. It's about your learning on an ongoing basis. And so we really do invite you to download it and to engage through it and with all the presentations that you find on that app. So, as I indicated, we have three presenters today. The first we will do as an online presentation, and it's from Mr. Chris Chetty. Mr. Chetty is a chief researcher at the Inclusive Economic Development Division of the HSRC. His core research interests lie in the area of knowledge management. We have something common, Mr. Chetty. Digital inclusion, the future of work, financial technologies, and renewable energy. He works closely with a network of researchers from BRICS and the Global South to find solutions to the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Welcome, Mr. Chetty. We have here Mr. Andile Mabindisana. Let me say that surname again. Mabindisa.
Mabindisa, yes.
Thank you. Andile is the CSIR Group Executive, Human Capital and Communication, and you've been acting in this role since 2019 after joining as Group Manager, Human Capital Business Partnering. You've got over 20 years of experience in human resource management, talent management, employee relations, learning and development, leadership and management development. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Advocate Anton Boswell. My goodness, when I was working on this bio, I was quite impressed. Advocate is a practicing advocate of the High Court of South Africa and has been doing this for quite a while. He has presence in the Labour Court as well, and regularly appears at the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, Arbitration, and the various bargaining councils. You're also the managing director and owner of Anton Boswell and Associates, offering a wide range of services, including industrial relations, labor law, human resources and health and safety, training and risk compliance. I'm so curious about the leather industries of it. He's been the past director of the Leather Industries Research Institute and the past vice chairman of the South African Tanners Employees Association and chairperson of the Standing Committee on Labour and Technical Education. Welcome, Advocate. So as we indicated, we're going to start with you, Mr. Chetty, and you have a presentation, so I'll hand over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pity that I can't be there with you in person, but I think as we'll find from this presentation that working from home is possible, it can be done, and you can do so productively. So as the Chair indicated, my name is Krish Chetty. I'm a researcher from the HSRC's Inclusive Economic Development Division, and I'd like to talk about South Africa's experiences in remote working arrangements over the past year, be it working from home or anywhere. We in the HSRC, we've had a similar dialogue on these issues last month, and we examined these issues from a social science perspective. And my presentation, therefore, talks to some of the key points that have emerged. So anybody who's commuted on our roads prior to the pandemic will be very familiar with the effects that lockdown has had on our traffic. And TomTom released an interesting report about traffic trends in our cities. And in Cape Town, for example, where I stay, it was found in April when lockdown rules were at their most strict. The average congestion level was at 4% compared to the 39% average we had experienced at the peak in February last year. Since then, our lockdown passing through the different phases and with remote working becoming a more common experience, we're seeing that traffic has not hit these peak levels again. And the calculation that TomTom has done, on average in Cape Town, the Cape Townians have saved at least 2 days and 3 hours across the year. So this perhaps highlights some of the quality of life benefits that can be achieved when we're working from home. However, the reduced traffic levels may give us a skewed sense of who is affected by the forced need to work from home. Some of the current literature shows us that the jobs most likely to take on remote work would generally be white-collar jobs based in cities. And so these two graphs try to put these findings into perspective using data from 2020's labor force survey. Both graphs present the quantity of people employed by grouping occupations, by a grouping of occupations. The graph on the left uses the traffic light color system, which shows jobs which are more likely to be unable to adopt remote working protocols. And these would be your elementary occupations, which include your hairdressers, your housekeepers, your travel guides, and so on. But it also includes your plant workers and your domestic workers. Some of our service workers, our craft workers, our clerks, they may be able to work online, but this is most likely going to involve our legislators and our professionals who are better enabled for remote work. At the same time, we also need to realize that this only accounts for those that are employed, and it excludes the unemployed and the discouraged work seeker. And if we look at these same occupations through the graph on the right, it breaks down the occupations by a person's highest level of education. And we see most of our workforce, regardless of occupation grouping, have some schooling or perhaps have completed matric. It's only our professionals and a few other occupations where there are higher qualifications that are more predominantly involved. Thus, we can expect it to be very difficult for these workers to perform their jobs online or transition online in the short term. We will need to focus on digital skills development to prepare the workforce for this transition. Among the formal sector, Worldwide Works, in partnership with Cisco Systems, surveyed approximately 400 organizations in South Africa and asked them about their experiences in shifting to working remotely. Arthur Goldstruck, their CEO, he is quoted as saying, "Digital transformation emerged as the key differentiator in remote working productivity and collaboration. So as we see in the graph, 95% of the organizations surveyed said that digital transformation is very important to enable remote work. However, despite this realization, only 37% of the South African companies had rolled out a digital transformation strategy to enable the functioning of all their processes. Before COVID, it was found that 57% of companies had been given laptops to a quarter or perhaps a smaller percentage of their staff, while 25% of companies had provided laptops to half of their staff. So what we see is that only a small portion of the workforce had been enabled with the right equipment to work remotely, or at best, they had to go back and cart their desktop back home. Another key finding was that despite the benefits of flexibility, no company thought the shift in working environment had reduced the work stress. Actually, if the worker experienced connectivity challenges, their stress reportedly increased. So that said, among the companies that had rolled out a fully fledged digital transformation strategy, these firms actually reported a productivity increase by a factor of about 70%. So if the digital transformation strategy is in place and is supported with the necessary infrastructure, there are clear gains one could expect in productivity. This tells us that digital infrastructure and a plan to use it is critical for South African businesses. However, it's always important for us to put these sorts of statements into context. And nationally, we know that 65% of all households do not have any access to the internet, according to Stats SA. And among the main reasons for this relate to the costs of the infrastructure, not possessing digital skills, or actually not recognizing the value in using the service. So to fully prepare or digitally transform South African society, there is a huge task ahead to capacitate the offline community, who are the large majority of our people. However, if we zoom again into the formal sector, in addition to the infrastructure provision, there is a need for businesses to recognize the broad suite of factors which may lead to a successful implementation of a working from anywhere policy. As we see in the Worldwide Works study, these factors include ensuring tasks can be delegated appropriately online, providing support services that can be accessed remotely, or providing those with children in particular the time to take care of them. It's also important that the staff have access to a non-distracting environment and are able to manage their time appropriately. Surprisingly, the provision of flexible hours to staff didn't seem to be recognized by firm managers as importantly as these other factors did. Within the HSRC, we've been working from home since March last year, and we've run a few internal surveys among our staff to find out what life was like while they've been working from home. The majority of those at home seem to be faring well, but we have noted the increased stress levels among the staff. And we are getting the sense that working remotely can be tougher than we might have initially thought. But despite our increased stress levels in the HSRC, almost 65% of our staff have stated that their productivity has increased while they've been working remotely. And within my division specifically, we found the home environment was largely suitable. Many didn't have a dedicated room for their work, but most did have a desk. Many at the same time noted that they usually work wherever they can, eat in bed or perhaps on the kitchen table. So we're seeing our home environments are not ideal, but our staff has tried to find a way to be productive using their spaces as best as they can. Looking forward, Worldwide Works reports that 61% of South African firms may choose not to offer remote working to their employees post-COVID. While 45% believed that their workers would not be able to work from home in future. So this may be surprising given the increases in productivity that have been reported. But if you look at these figures in the context of the country's challenging digital infrastructure access, and that the country is less reliant on white-collar jobs, the long-term adoption of these protocols seems to only apply to those firms that are technology dependent and perhaps are in a position to implement that fully fledged digital transformation strategy that I spoke about. So to conclude, digital transformation is essential for the successful implementation of the strategy. But for us to work equally across society, we must think about how such technology can be accessed, particularly by our small and informal businesses. While the focus has been on infrastructure, it's also important for us to concentrate on achieving a work-life balance, considering the workers' well-being and personal responsibilities when they work remotely. But if the balance is achieved with appropriate digitalization support, the company's productivity levels are likely to increase. However, we must not lose sight of the implications of implementing a fully fledged working from anywhere policy, as we must consider those blue-collar jobs that are at risk in this transition. A key question then we must ask as a country, I guess, is how do we implement an appropriate job transitioning strategy to move such workers into less vulnerable jobs? Thank you very much. That's it from me.
Thank you very much, Krish. And you know, there are a couple of themes that you picked up on in your presentation that connect with a panel that we had yesterday that my colleague Gerard was working on, which is, you know, speaks to this thing about the unequal opportunities. And you're absolutely right. A lot of municipal work, which is the context that we're having this discussion here today, you actually can't do remotely. So there are pieces that can be done, and there are pieces that can't be done. I'm so curious about this this feedback from Worldwide Works around whether companies decide to incorporate this as part of their strategy or not. You know, and about what that means in terms of, I guess, the bigger picture, which is digital transformation. And you know, we've all been forced into remote work now. But remote work must be seen as kind of a subset of a bigger piece of work, which is digital transformation. And I guess that involves a lot more and many more pieces than just remote working. Andile, interesting insights, right?
Yes, indeed.
Please come share with us your perspectives.
Okay. Thank you, Kubeshni. So I'm Andile Mabindisa from the CSIR. So, and I understand that this presentation has been shared, and I'm not going to go through the full presentation. I'm going to jump some of the slides. So what I'm going to share with you this morning is the journey, right, of the CSIR in terms of introducing the new ways of work. And as Krish stated earlier, so as a CSIR, we've seen that productivity levels have gone up, right? And as a matter of fact, I mean, year to date, we're seeing a profitable, right, organization. So in terms of the CSIR, right, so we are based in Pretoria, right, and we have satellite offices in Joburg, Durban, Cape Town, and Stellenbosch. And this is key, right, in terms of how we are looking at the ways of working, right, and we have knowledge workers. Right, so where it started, it's with EXCO making a decision, right, to say, as the CSIR, right, we are adopting, right, a working from home. And it's going to be a hybrid model, right, that we're adopting, right, going forward. So, and therefore, So the key drivers in this is ensuring that there is a decision, right, from the top, right, and it's a deliberate intent, right, going forward, right, and ensuring that it's a structured way, right, of doing things, right, where we have a PMO office, right, that is managing, right, this program, right, where we're introducing, right, the working from home. And as I said, key decisions that have been made by the leadership, hybrid approach that has been adopted, and also key considerations, 5 questions, right, that we have to answer. One, ensuring that employees are engaged, right, throughout this process, right? Ensuring that employees have the right technology in order to be productive, right? Ensuring that there's collaboration virtually, and then ensuring that employees are connected to the business. And finally, so ensuring that we have policies, right, that support this. And therefore, as the CSR, we then embarked on a process, right, to develop, right, these the policy and as well as the guidelines. So as many organizations, so we started obviously by where we work at the campus, right, with the remote working guidelines. However, you have line managers, right, who still have trust issues, right, to say, I cannot have my employees, right, working from home. However, due to the COVID situation, we find ourselves, right, working from home, and we had to do it. And you find that it was done where it was not in a structured way, but a decision had to be made, right, to say, going forward, beyond COVID, beyond lockdown, so how do we ensure that as the CSR, right, we've got standards, we've got guidelines, we've got policies, right, in terms of guiding this process. And we're saying by the 27th, right, of May, so the board will approve these guidelines as well as the policy, right, going forward. And working from anywhere, as a CSR, we're saying we are not ready for that, because it means there's a number of things that needs to be taken care of. For instance, the transformative agenda that we need to fulfill, the infrastructure, right, that you need to look at, legislative framework. So those are the things that you need to look at, right, before you even consider, right, working from anywhere. And therefore, for us, we see that as a transition, right. We'll get there one day, but for now, we're working, right, towards working from home. So what is key? The building blocks, right, for successful, right, working from home. One, right, it's for us as a CSIR, it's supported, right, by the new CSIR strategy, right, which it's the foundation of that is our vision, right, and the mission. And also looking at our culture, our epic values, right, the excellence, people-centered, integrity, and collaboration. So that forms the basis, right, for this. And ensuring a positive employee experience and also those that we are attracting, right, into the organization. That means our EVP, right? So CSIR, right, has recently been certified, right, as the top employer, and as well as the Universum, right, survey that we've had, right, where we are seen, right, by both students and professionals, right, as being number 1 or number 2, right, in the science and as well as in the engineering field. And we want to keep that. And the fourth one, what is key, right, is the engagement. Here we've got change agents, right, who are involved in the process, but more so in terms of ensuring that we engage with employees. We cannot underestimate, right, the communication, continuous communication, right, with employees. But also learnings. We've taken a lot of learnings, right, from the lockdown period, right, and we are also looking at those, right, and implementing those, right, in our change process. So what we've done, we've created 8 work streams, right? And these work streams are developing, right, the standards. We've got the people work stream, technology work stream, SHAC work stream, communication, productivity, real estate, policy review, and change management. And all these will end up, right, having where we develop the guidelines and the standards. And as we said, on the 27th of May, those will then be approved, right, by the board. And to guide these work streams, right, we've put a matrix, right, that will guide them, right, in terms of the things that these, or elements that these work streams need to look at, such as the standards, the routine activities, right, the risks and controls, and as well as the tools and the technology. So that's key to this. So central to our journey is, one, the leadership decision that has been taken, right, the benchmarking, right, and as well as the learnings from. And what we've done, right, we've had an envisioning workshop where we're looking, right, at the CSIR of the future, right? And what we've then come up with is the fit for purpose remote working framework. And that framework, right, it talks to the following, the values, right, the change management tool, where we're training everyone within the business, right, in terms of the change methodology, right, that we use, the outcome model, right? And what we've done over and above that is building the capacity within the organization, where we're changing the mindset, right, of line managers. I will share with you later, right? And obviously then looking at that. And then the framework, so it's the people, process, and the systems. So that's key, right, in terms of guiding us, right, to ensure that we have a fit for purpose policies. And what does success look like? One, it's operating the business. So to ensure that there's integration and also operational quality, that is key, and efficiency. Driving the experience and the engagement, so looking at the culture, looking and listening and acting, right, to employees' concerns and what is, and also engaging as well. Managing the technology. So how do we ensure that we've got platforms that are scalable, right, and that allow for remote working, right? But more so, right, ensuring that there's security. We've then developed the design principles, and I'm not going to go into the details of this, but I think what is key in the slide, right, is the empowerment, where we've empowered our line managers, right? So in terms of ensuring that we change, right, their mindset. So ensuring that we've run a number of workshops, like leadership alignment, courageous leadership, right? Looking at creating high-performing teams, and also preparing leaders, right, for digital workforce. So that's, we had to focus on that. And then we came up with 4 design principles. So that looks at creating, right, good experience, right, for our employees, right, the leadership and culture. So looking at our processes, right, and policies. And the last one, so looking at our technology. And what we've done, we then developed further, right, the 4 personas, right, that will help us in terms of developing the standards. So one, it's looking at the individual worker. So those who are mostly at the campus, so the resident. So these are laboratory workers. And if we look at our population within the CSR, we have 21% of those within the CSR. The mobile workers, so these are business development managers, 1% of those. Collaborators, those are within the CSIR, right? And they provide service, right, to the various clusters and business units. So 64% of those. And the connectors, those who are internal and also who provide service externally, so 14%. And therefore, we then need to develop the standards, right, that will then ensure, right, that they allow, right, for working at home and make things easy. And if you look at the age profile, right, within the CSIR, 64%, right, it's below the age of 44, right? And therefore, it means you've got to look at fit for purpose standards that will then allow, right, and ensure, right, that they suit, right, that population. Right, so as part of the 4 personas, we then went into the details, right, looking at the individuals, what are their goals, what are their needs, and also the pain points, in order for us to develop the fit for purpose standards. So I'm not going to go into the details of this, but we'll share the presentation with you. So, for instance, a mobile worker, Judy. So we've identified those. The resident, collaborator, connector. So we've developed those standards for those, right? And also we went further, right, by looking at the challenges, right, and as well as the opportunities for the 4 personas: the mobile, the resident, collaborator, and the connector, right? And the next steps. So where are we, right, with this? So we've done the workshops. The last workshop was actually yesterday, right? The communication workshop, where we're defining, right, the communications standards, right? And now what we are busy with now, it's developing the working from home guidelines, and as well as the policy, right? And that will then follow the approval process, right? And as I said, 27th of May, the papers, the guidelines will then be tabled, right, at the CSR board for approval. And thereafter, it means that's the start of the journey, right, where we're changing the mindset, the change management process, and the communication. So we are busy putting a communication plan, right, that will allow for a communication drive. So that you cannot underestimate. And finally, right, as a CSIR, we are committed, right, to the remote working, right, a hybrid model, right, that will ensure that employees are engaged, productivity levels are maintained, right, and then that the business objectives, right, are met. These 3 we cannot compromise. We cannot compromise the 3, but more so, this should ensure that it supports positive employee experience, our EVP, and as well as the leadership experience. So, Kubeshni, I'm going to pause it here. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. And, I know that my colleague, Mapule from SALGA, who works with knowledge management, is smiling around the acknowledgement of knowledge workers. At the heart of it is this people, process, and systems approach. But what I'm really enjoying is the intentionality about how you've gone about it. So you're taking the time to have a change management process. You understand who your people are. And I'm loving this personas approach. There's a lot to learn here, David. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Anton, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I've been asked to speak today on the issue of employment contracts and occupational health and safety. It's an honor to be here to address you. The whole thrust of my presentation today will be to do with the effect that remote working or working remotely has had on the issue of control and management, and also health and safety and employment contracts. Working from anywhere can be defined as an arrangement where an employee fulfills the essential responsibilities of the job away from the employer's physical premises and using information and communications technology to do that job. We know that the whole world has, for a considerable length of time, due to the advent of technology and the internet, slowly moved away from working at the employer's premises itself. But of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in the forceful and brutal change in that employers are forced to minimize their workforce and people have to stay at home during lockdown periods. But the work has to carry on. So this has accelerated this process dramatically and has brought this whole issue to the fore. As far as employment contracts are concerned, remote working presents a unique set of problems to employers regarding the management of the employees. And some of these problems are timekeeping. How do you control where your employee is working, when he's working, the hours that he works? Does he work overtime? How do you compensate him? How do you control that? And then, of course, to ensure that your employees take the necessary meal and rest breaks. The work from home infrastructure, do they have the necessary equipment to do their work from home? How is that equipment set up? It's like the mic. Can they communicate effectively with the office? And how do you reimburse them for doing so? And then, of course, the whole issue of health and safety, which is also a critical issue because the employer remains responsible for the health and safety of its employees at home. And how do you monitor that? Because every remote working space will be different. And then, of course, working from home versus remote working. Now, working from home means working from home, and remote working could be anywhere, not necessarily working from home. It could be working from a remote location anywhere in the world where you are posted to work by your employer, but it is away from the workspace itself. As far as the legal position is concerned with regard to employment contracts and the issue of remote working, the Constitutional Court in 2017 decided in the AMCU case, Association of Mine Workers versus the Chamber of Mines, they analyzed the definition of the term workplace in terms of the Labor Relations Act and concluded that the location where you work is not the primary determinant, but the functional organization is the primary determinant of where the actual workplace is concerned or located. The definition encompasses one or more places where the employees of the employee work, and this means that the place or places where employees or workers work may constitute a single workplace. The definition entails the intrinsic possibility of locational multiplicity of a single workplace, and it also eliminates any notion that a single place where a worker works is a separate workplace. What does this mean in practice? The Constitutional Court's interpretation of workplace means wherever the employee renders service is an intrinsic part of the functional organization, irrespective of where they are located. And all of the employees or the employers and employees' responsibilities and liabilities and duties and obligations remain intact, irrespective of where the employees execute their daily work. The remote location where the employee renders service, therefore is irrelevant to the employment contract itself and the relationship between the parties. The change in the conception of the work, of where the work is physically performed, and the multitude or forms of work has resulted in two decreases. The first decrease is obviously a decrease in the close integration between employers and the organization and the employees, and the decrease of the employers' right to control and manage their employees. But despite this decrease in the integration and the employer's right of control, the fact remains that employee is working, who is working remotely, the employee is nevertheless still subject to the right of direction, control, and discipline by the employer, as these rights arise from the nature of the employment contract itself and are not affected at all by the remoteness of the work location itself. So employment contracts, when the working arrangement with the employee changes to allow the employee to work remotely, this change in the arrangement should be accompanied by an agreement, and it is suggested that the employers do so, setting out the specific terms and conditions of that particular arrangement. Employment policies should be developed to ensure that face-to-face virtual communication between employer and employee occurs on a regular basis, which should be both targeted and personal. Employment policies should be developed to encourage management to listen to the employees and flush out any concerns that they may have. And also then training in this regard should be provided by the employer. The employer should establish rules of conduct, setting out when, where, and how the employer must be available and be responsive. When lunch times and tea times should be taken, how performance will be reported on and managed considering the employee's circumstances, what practical steps can be taken to motivate the employee to organize themselves to work remotely, and in this case, from home, and implement measures to ensure that working hours and rest breaks occur in line with the employer's terms and conditions of employment. Employers should also ensure employees record the total hours that they work each day or each week. And they should also then utilize online attendance or email methods to record their working hours. As far as health and safety is concerned, this is also critical, as the employer remains liable for the health and safety of its employees, irrespective of where they're working. According to what has already been stated, the individual remote workplace forms part of the workplace during working hours. This means that the employers remain liable for the health and safety in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Employers are not expected to take extreme or extraordinary measures to provide or maintain a safe workplace, and all that is required are reasonable measures. The question is whether the employer knew or ought to have known that a particular hazard existed or that it was likely to occur. The Occupational Health and Safety Act places an obligation on the employer to provide and maintain, as far as reasonably practical, a working environment that is safe. And if so, the timing and location of when an injury or on duty occurs is important. And that must be also taken note of. And if so, the employer may be held liable in terms of an injury in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. According to Article 19 of the International Labour Organization's Convention 155, employees must, while performing work, cooperate with the employer in fulfilling the employer's health and safety obligations. So that places an obligation on the employee itself to see that they take reasonable care of their own safety and that of other persons who may be affected by their acts or omissions at work. That could be, for instance, if somebody enters the working space where the employee is carrying its work out, that person comes in and it is unsafe, the employer could reasonably be held liable, although it is a remote working space. The employee must comply with reasonable instructions regarding their own health and safety and with the employer's health and safety policies and procedures, and they must report immediately any situation or hazard which could conceivably result in an unsafe workspace, and report any accidents which may occur during the time that they are working to the employer. It is suggested that a health and safety policy be drafted by the employer to cover the following. The employees should abide by the employer's health and safety policies during any period of working from anywhere. Employers have a responsibility to take care of their own physical and mental health well-being during the period that they are working remotely, and must see to it that they are physically fit. Employees must be required to report any unsafe working conditions which may exist or arise while they are working remotely, and that the employer will not, and that is very important, in that policy which we suggest is incorporated into your policies, assume any liability for injuries arising in the employee's workspace outside of the agreed working hours, or loss or destruction or injury that may occur to the home of the employee or to its infrastructure. This includes family or visitors who may become injured within or around the employee's home. In addition to all of the above, the employer should also ensure compliance with the Health and Safety Act and its own policies and procedures by providing information regarding its training on health and safety issues, ensuring employees are aware of and are provided with information regarding health and safety, ensuring employees are aware and comply with the employer's health and safety policies, including procedures for reporting work-related accidents and injuries. They should review the employer's health and safety policies from time to time and provide ongoing evaluation of all of the employer's workstations and guidance regarding the ergonomic conditions that the employees have to undergo. That means their seating arrangements and workstations, or do any of these issues conceivably could they pose a danger to the employee's health or safety. The health and safety and mental well-being of employees is also important, and this is to assist employees to cope with remote working and possible loneliness and the following actions could be considered. There should be regular contact with the employees. They should be asked how they are coping, and the other issues that the employer should consider are here. I see that we are under a time constraint, but this presentation will be provided to all of the conference goers, and you can read that through at your own leisure. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anton.
All right, thank you.
And indeed, your presentation reminds me that even though our work might be in the cloud, our feet as employers need to rest very solidly in what the legal framework is around work, and to understand it within that context.
Absolutely, yes.
Within that context.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
to our presenters. We have, as you indicated, we do have some time constraints.
Yes.
So I'm going to invite our participants online to please engage with us through the Zoom application, the chat and the question and answer function that you have there. Also engage with us through the application where we will respond with our experts. And with that, I'd like to invite you to take a tea break or take a leg stretch or just take a brain a gap. And to remind you to please not disconnect and to join us. We have some powerful speakers coming up after our tea break. We have Dr. Annelie Geldenhuys talking about sexual harassment and racism in the workplace. Big themes emerged yesterday afternoon, if you recall what our last session was about. We have Mr. Khalil Hendricks, and he's going to talk again about these local labor forums. And I'm really getting an appreciation, I think, for the structures that hold your work together. So the chief officer touched on it earlier this morning, and we're definitely going to find out a little bit more about that. And then we're going to close out. So it's a short day today. So please stay with us, keep your energy up. Krish, thank you very much for your input. Anton, Andile, thank you so much. And we go to tea and we'll be back at 10 past 11. 10 past 11. We're on tea. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Thank you and welcome back. I hope you've had your leg stretch and you've had your coffee, you've had your tea, so that you pay attention to the presentations that are still going to be presented. I just want to let the audience know that the questions that are being posted, please note that the responses are going to be given onto our app. Plus, please check our app for the responses on the questions that you have posted. We're not just ignoring them, but just note that they are on the app. You can access them there. But before I introduce our next speaker, I also just want to thank our sponsors, in particular the National Fund for the Municipal Worker for the support they've given. Thank you to our sponsors. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Khalil, who is going to be talking to us more about local labor forums. I know that Mr. Riano Luchungu has already given a brief overview on what local labor forums are about, but I think Mr. Khalil is going to take it further. Over to you, Mr. Khalil Hendricks, in terms of talking to us about the local labor forums. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and to share a few moments with you. Our topic of discussion is local labor forums, ensuring functional and effective LLF. My name is Khalil Hendricks. I work for a company called the Resonance Institute of Learning, and we have been instrumental in the development of the LLF training along with SALGA, and we're happy to share the feedback with you. Where we are in the process is that I think this was launched at the previous conference 2 years ago, or was it 2 years ago? COVID obviously delayed things a bit, and this program was launched. And where we are at the moment is that we've reached the completion of the design phase of the program, and the official title is Local Labor Forum Training Program for Employer Representatives. So the first thing is that this training program is specifically targeted at the employer component. And the reason for that, number one, obviously this program is developed and rolled out by SALGA, so it's speaking to its employer component. And also the nature of the discussion sometimes is very different with the labor component versus the employer component. And of course, we're not saying that the labor component doesn't need training, but that training will reside at a bargaining council level, whereas when it comes to a SALGA level, the program is aimed at the employer representatives. The program has been piloted, so we've done a number of internal pilots as well as pilots with municipalities, and we've had a number of those pilots, and the national rollout has commenced. So you will be invited to this training quite soon. Some provinces have opted for an online rollout, and some have opted for an in-person with the correct spacing, obviously, and social distancing, an in-person program. So you will be invited and you'll hear about this program shortly. And the program structure currently for the in-person class is it's a two full day course, and that's the current program structure, and again aimed at the employer component. So that's just where we are at with regard to the LLF training program, and I think we are all excited about the rollout, and also hoping that this will be one of the catalysts for change within the LLF environment. In all my interaction with members of LLFs, with members of the employer components, this is a very challenging environment, but also a very critical space. I want to quickly just review the survey results, because I think they are still relevant and they are still important. The survey was conducted 2 years ago, and I showed the results in the last conference as well, but I just want to repeat them just to get the context of where we are with LLFs. So we ran a survey that was roughly half of the respondents were from the employer component and half were from labor component, and this was a national survey run in 2019 about LLFs. The responses were quite interesting. One of our questions to to members of the LLF was is your LLF functioning effectively? Is your LLF functioning effectively? Overall, if you look at overall, the responses were 40% of respondents said yes, and 60% of respondents said no. So based on the survey, as well as based on our pilot data and our interactions with various LLF members, it is clear that there are definitely LLFs that are functioning well, that have a good environment, that are productive, that are helping to ensure labor peace and stability and productivity. There are definitely those LLFs. On the other hand, there are definitely LLFs that are dysfunctional, and there are definitely LLFs that have serious problems, serious conflict within them. And it appears from this survey that those are actually the majority of the LLFs. What was interesting also is that when we looked at specifically just the management or the employer component, 58% of them said yes and 42% said no. But when we looked at the labor component, 25% said yes, our LLFs are functioning effectively, and 75% said no. And just to clarify also that counselors are also considered to be part of the employer component, and they'll be part of the rollout as well, and they were part of these surveys as well. So from a labor perspective, there's definitely a lot of dissatisfaction with the LLFs. 25% only saying it is functioning effectively. From an employer perspective, a bit more of a positive view about things, 58% saying they are functioning effectively. So that's just a view of where we're at in terms of LLFs, and I believe that the situation hasn't changed much within the passage of time since the survey has been run. Then we asked respondents what factors make for an effective LLF. And this was interesting because when you say an LLF is effective, what do you mean by that? So we asked respondents, what do you mean when you say something is effective? Some of the factors that were mentioned by the respondents were that, number one, they feel the LLFs are effective because they meet regularly. So a very simple thing is that just the fact that an LLF meets regularly is going to be one of the first steps in ensuring that it is effective. So I think within our interaction with LLFs, this is a challenge because sometimes, or not sometimes, actually quite often, the meetings don't have a caucus, don't have a quorum, and the meetings are often neglected or cancelled or postponed at the last minute or not taken seriously. So just getting the meeting schedule right and getting sufficient attendance to those meetings would be an important first step in creating a functional and effective LLF. The second thing was, once the LLF meets, the respondents said that the second most important factor was mutual respect and cooperation. And this speaks to the atmosphere within the labor environment and the atmosphere between the employer component and the labor component. And in some cases, there is a positive atmosphere, and in some cases, there is a toxic, confrontational atmosphere. And this is, if you have that confrontational, toxic atmosphere, it undermines the functionality of this forum. And it's an important factor in terms of creating an effective LLF. The third factor was that decisions are taken within the LLF. And this is a long discussion about, do LLFs decide? Is it for consultation? Is it for negotiation? It's a long discussion, and I'm going to allude to it a bit later on as well. But suffice to say that those who viewed the LLF as effective felt that the body has some weight within the decision-making process. It has some weight and some say within the decision-making process, and therefore the concerns raised within this forum are not ignored. The fourth factor mentioned was that there is joint agenda drafting. It's not just labor putting on all the grievances and the employer component just responding to them, or the employer component putting on all their talking points and labor just attending. there was a process of joint agenda drafting within these LLFs, and this is what attendees felt made their LLFs successful. And the last one were that resolutions taken, agreements made, were implemented, that there was action with regard to what was happening. So those were some of the factors that we found in our survey, that members of the LLF, both on the employer and on the labor side, felt made for an effective LLF. And it's about that collaborative platform. It's about that working together that made it effective. There were some other factors. I won't discuss that now. And then we asked another question. For those LLFs that are not effective, what are the main challenges? And you can see that the number one success factor was what? Was regular meetings. The main challenge, and the orange here is for the management or the employer side, and the blue is for the labor component, is that the main challenge here, and it's significant for both respondents, is lack of meetings and postponed meetings. And this was one of the main challenges in terms of producing an effective LLF. And this challenge often speaks to the strength of the administrative component in terms of scheduling meetings and reminding those to attend. But more importantly, it speaks to how seriously management, councillors, and labor representatives take the forum. How seriously they consider the forum. And I do understand that the conflict does result in bitterness, and it results in members not wanting to attend these forums. I do understand those challenges, but the lack of meetings or postponed meetings were considered to be one of the biggest factors, and it's something to think about, and it's a starting point of an effective LLF. The second biggest challenge, and this was also largely felt by the employer component, was the lack of training and the lack of understanding on what the role of the LLF is. And this we found to be in our training, in our pilots, we found this to be one of the most pertinent issues, even within the employer component, is this lack of clarity about what the role of the LLF is. Is this a decision-making body? Is this a body for consultation only? Do the conclusions reached within the LLF require council to verify them or ratify them, or can they be overridden by council? All of these questions were asked, and it indicates to a lack of understanding, even from the employer side, on the role of the LLF, and we'll speak a bit more about those things a bit later. From the labor side, they felt that resolutions are not being implemented, and part of this finding is the perception sometimes, especially from labor side, if something is agreed in the LLF, it must be implemented. And I think that perception sometimes needs to be tempered because there is obviously a mandated decision-making process, but it is a frustration with regard to the labor component, especially poor attendance, and especially council and management attendance were a big issue, and some other issues as well. We will send the presentation to you. I won't go through every single one of them. So that is some of the findings that we had within the survey. I want to speak now about what can we do. What can LLFs do to become more effective, to get this body, this forum, working better? I want to speak about just two elements. So one element is governance and leadership, and the other element is training. I believe from our experiences at the pilots, interacting with all the different role players through the training as well, that these two elements are the most significant elements in writing this LLF and getting it into the right position. So what we find ourselves in is that we find ourselves in a municipal labor environment which is currently, in most cases, not functioning optimally, but also the environment between the employer component and the labor component is forecasted to become more antagonistic. And this could be for a number of factors. Number one could be a great contributing factor is that the general fiscus is becoming more constrained. It's becoming more constrained, and that even though salaries are not part of LLF negotiations, nor are allowances part of LLF negotiations, but what will happen is that many frustrations are going to increase within the LLF even when they're out of scope. This is happening currently, and this will continue to happen and increase because from the labor point of view is that the needs of the employees are tabled sometimes even if they're out of scope. And how if the employee component response to that sometimes varies from not allowing it to be discussed to actually entertaining it and sometimes even actioning out of scope decisions, which has serious consequences in terms of precedent and legal consequences as well. So this environment within a constrained fiscus is going to become more antagonistic because there's just less money to go around, less money for allowances, and this constraint eventually is going to reach up, catch up with municipalities and the labor force in general. Also, there are serious performance issues with municipalities that is well known within much research and documentation and reports, but there are serious performance issues within municipalities, and there are hostile relationships between those communities and those municipalities and within the municipality itself. And these are all going to be marked by deepening tensions and deepening conflict. Given this scenario of a municipality that is having a more constrained fiscus, with having serious service delivery issues, with having increasing labor issues, in this environment, the LLF becomes a fundamental piece of the solution to try to keep the ship steady and sailing forward. If we don't get the LLF right, this is the forum where employers meet labor, and it is critical to getting that ship steady and sailing forward. So I think I just want to emphasize that context because that context has arrived already, and that context is increasing and becoming more and more intense and more marked. So what is the response to that? The first response is that, and I'm speaking specifically to the employer component, is that there needs to be strong and clear, decisive leadership from the employer component with regard to the LLF. It needs to, number one, be taken very seriously. It cannot be something which is just a checkbox exercise and a tick box exercise. It is one of the most critical forums for ensuring labor peace. So number one is that strong, clear leadership. Number one, that is proactive and not reactive. Meaning what? Let's not discuss a matter at the LLF only when an issue arrives. Let's be proactive and look at which projects, which work is upcoming and how it's going to affect labor, and discuss and table these things proactively. Even the idea of incorporating the labor component within some of the planning that's going to affect the labor environment is important. Often the LLF is just used as a general grievance, a platform where the labor component can just vent at the employer component, and the employer component can vent back at them. And I think that proactive approach is important, and that inclusive approach is important. Inclusive in the sense that we are all from one municipality, we are all here for the same purpose, and we have to steady the ship together to make this work. If this fails, everybody fails. So I think that's going to be the first thing. The second thing is that it has to be collaborative. In other words, it is a team coming together. And I know that's far-fetched. It sounds like far-fetched, dreamy theory that we are a team coming together. But in reality, that is what it is. It is a team from one municipality coming together. They are all human beings. They are all employed by that municipality. And the one belongs to the management or employer component, the other belongs to the labor component. But they are working in the same arena and the same area for the same goals. And I think just to switch that idea from antagonism and to two groups sitting in opposite camps trying to harm each other to collaboration. And I think we spend a good part of the course speaking about negotiating and bargaining and moving from interest-based bargaining to more inclusive moving from positional bargaining, where each one is entrenched in their positions, to moving towards interest-based bargaining, which is a joint problem-solving approach. Also, I think part of collaboration is that we found in many LLFs, sometimes the roles are not clear. For example, a counselor may attend the LLF and they feel because of their status, they have a different role within the LLF. They are the manager or they are in charge of the LLF. And that lack of clear role definition is important, because these are actually all LLF members meeting together, and there's no specific hierarchy within the members, obviously aside from the chairperson and deputy chairperson and the actual mandated roles. So I think that move requires strong and clear leadership. That move requires management to make a decision that we're going to walk this path, and even if this path is difficult, we're going to keep walking this path to creating an LLF that is collaborative, that is inclusive, that is proactive, that's going to jointly problem solve and jointly own the issues. And I think that's important, because sometimes the issues raised at an LLF, it's not the fault of the employer. They are circumstantial issues, and they have to jointly get to a position that's going to help both parties and come to a conclusion of both parties. So I think that's going to be the first thing. And the second thing is going to be just a clear understanding, and I'm speaking specifically to the employer component, a clear understanding of the governance structures and the decision-making processes by the employer component. Why do I say specifically by the employer component? Because labor is obviously going to push things from a labor's perspective. But from an employer perspective, there has to be crystal clear clarity that within a municipality, there are mandated functions, that the council has certain mandated functions, the municipal manager has certain mandated functions, the executive has certain mandated functions, and there's a certain decision-making process, and the LLF exists within that decision-making process. And I think this is critical because the employer component cannot have a lack of clarity about this, that there are mandated legislated decision-making processes, and the LLF forum fits within that. Which means what? Which means that if we have to come to a decision within the LLF itself, that those positions have to be mandated beforehand by the decision makers. The LLF cannot meet and make a decision without caucusing with those who have the authority and not taking a mandate from them. And I think this has to be crystal clear within the employer component, because there's so many backwards and forwards arguments. Is it negotiation? Is it consultation? It's not about whether it's negotiation or whether it's consultation. It is about, has the employer component followed the mandated decision-making processes? And if they have followed it, the LLF could be a body of negotiation, and or it could be a body of decision-making if they have followed the required processes. And I think that one thing alone has created so many issues within the environment. The second resolution is that we found in our pilots that from the employer component there was often a lack of understanding of very, very basic principles. Sometimes even just the numbers were different. The numbers of representatives from the employer side and the labor side. Sometimes the LF was being bypassed by having bilaterals with the municipal manager and having some other sub-forums happening outside the LLF, so it's being bypassed completely as a tool. Many of the issues of the municipality were also bypassing the LLF. And I think there was no mandating process at all within the LLFs. We found there were many kind of fundamental issues, and sometimes a lack of clear understanding about the role. And it's not that we are blaming those employers. They have not been exposed to formal training. And I think this course and this program aims to provide that formal training that's going to give crystal clear clarity on how the LLF role, what the roles are and how it should be executed. So in terms of the second resolution, which is training, there is this urgent need for comprehensive training on the LLF role, function, governance, and this training must be attended by the full employer component, including counselors. And I think there has to be that pressure that counselors also attend this training, because when you have 3 or 4 members attending out of an LLF of 7 or 8, it doesn't create the necessary momentum, because the training itself is a moment where minds come together and a direction is fashioned together. And I think that's going to be important, that we get full attendance for the, and we've reduced the course from 3 days to 2 days to allow more people to attend, so it's less heavy on the work schedule. And we do need those components to be there, as well as the counselors. And the last thing I'd say is that the lessons, if the entire component attends, then the tools and the learnings from the training needs to be immediately filtered into that LLF. If there's no terms of reference for LLF, terms of reference needs to be created. If there's no proper mandating structure, that needs to be put into place. If there's no proper meeting schedule, that needs to be put in place. If there's no proper joint agenda drafting, that needs to be put in place. So all of these things are discussed within the training, and there are case studies on this, and all of those tools need to be implemented within the LLF. And training and information and knowledge is the first step towards change. And our hope is that through this process, that there is going to be change within this critical institution, this critical body within South Africa at a very, very sensitive time. And a functional LLF has the ability to save a municipality from becoming dysfunctional. And a dysfunctional LLF has the ability to add more fuel to the fire and break down a municipality. And this is the importance of this forum. And if it's used correctly, it could help us to steer the ship and guide the way through these difficult, stormy waters. We hope that this is just a brief introduction to what the training is about. And we hope that we will see some effects from the training. And thank you very much for listening and for spending some time with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks, for providing those insights on the LLF, and also for emphasizing that the training is specifically for the employer component. And also thank you for sharing the survey results. I think that's going to guide you on what to focus on, so that you're able to meet the needs of the participants and obviously work around those challenges that came about in terms of the survey. I cannot emphasize the role played by the LLF in the municipalities. And so this training, as I said earlier, is much appreciated, and we're going to ensure, as one of the persons that participate in the LLFs, we're going to make sure that we make something out of it, and obviously use the learnings when we conduct our LLFs. I am now going to introduce our next speaker. It is Dr. Annelie Geldenes, who is going to be talking to us about sexual harassment in the workplace. Over to you, Dr. Annelie. Thank you.
And thank you very much for having me. It's a session before lunch, and I'm really honored to be with you. It's a topic that we all have a mental model about. And so what I've been asked to do is for us to share the latest developments in our own country and what it means for you, and also in the world, and to look a little bit at violence and harassment. We all operate in a context, and it is our responsibility to ensure that we constantly adapt. And earlier today, you were talking about the workplace and health and safety. And the more we're talking about deracializing and gender equality in South Africa, the more we hear of increasing cases of violence and harassment, and the whole term GBV. And what does that mean? And over the last couple of years, we have seen that the whole issue of the whole broad spectrum of gender and race has still remained in South Africa. And we're hearing all of these reports, not only in South Africa, but internationally. And there's been a revolution. There's been a revolution of people saying this is not working, and despite a number of legislations, and do we have the right things, and are we getting this right? And clearly it seems that we're not. And the International Labour Organization last year issued its new convention, 190, and the recommendations with it. Now, you heard our president saying that we're going to ratify it. Why is it that I'm standing here 30 years later talking about sexual harassment, and many men think, oh, this is going to be a session about how men are bad to women, because we all have different conversations with ourselves. And I'll tell you why I think that after 30 years of doing investigations, chairing hearings, training in the subject, I think what is different in the area of discrimination and harassment is that as employers, we very often, or employees, we often see it as an issue between two people. But the difference here is, the first thing that I wanted to say to you is that we're all three in this together. The employer has a direct and a vicarious liability. You would have heard, for instance, that we spoke about health and safety now that we work remotely. And we all think about, does that mean I'm slipping or falling off my chair? But it's long held in this country that health and safety would include mental health as much as physical. So I'll come back to this issue. But the reason that is, why is it so complicated very often, is that it's all there, and that we all have different perspectives. That if a case is brought to a human capital person or to a shop steward, they go, oh, well, I don't think this is harassment, and you're not going to be able to put it. And if you're a male and you're saying you're being harassed, you would go, oh, well, no, that doesn't fit our mental model. We all have different perspectives. But yet I think we have crystal clear direction in our country in particular. Let me just give you an example, and I'd hope you all participate. So let's sketch a scenario, because I'm going to deal with sexual harassment, GBV, racial and workplace bullying, and share some case updates with you, and then talk about what it is that you ought to be doing right now. So let me sketch this scenario and hear what you think. Colleagues go and work in a remote destination. They have a consultant, female consultant, and a male and a female for the company goes and work remotely. And they work every evening, have dinner afterwards. On the evening of the last, they then, after dinner, all go their separate ways. But the male employee says to the female consultant, what are you going to do now? If you get lonely tonight, give me a call, or I'm in this room or whatever, but give me a call, and you can, if you're lonely, you can come to my room. And she says to him, and he says, would you like a lover tonight? And she says to him, no, thank you. I'm not interested. And he leaves it. He doesn't persist. He doesn't WhatsApp her afterwards. The next morning, when they're checking out, she reports to the other employee and says, you won't believe what happened to me last night. Your colleague made a proposal to me. He made a suggestion, and I don't know what I did, but it made me feel incredibly, insecure, or it made me very nervous. I don't know what I did to invite this, and I wasn't open to suggestions, and it was just very inappropriate of him. So she then flies off to Australia, where she's from, and the female employee goes and reports her colleague at work and says, he sexually harassed our consultant. And the question is, as we stand right now, was that sexual harassment? The person reporting it is not the recipient, and he didn't persist, and the recipient didn't lodge the complaint. Now, what's the answer to this? Is that harassment, yes or no? At the time that this broke, I had my 19-year-old son and my 23-year-old LLB daughter sitting there and my husband, and we had a huge fight about this case. As it so turned out, it was also in this country. So I could ask all of you now, if you were the manager, if you were the shop steward receiving that complaint, what would you do? Is it sexual harassment? Yes or no? In terms of your policy and practice and procedure, in terms of the laws of this country, is that the case? So I could leave it to you for a long discussion, but because of the time we're going to go through, is that this person was dismissed for harassment, went to the CCMA, which upheld the dismissal. The Labour Court then said, hey, guy, he was just trying his luck. Yeah, these things happen. We do this. He didn't persist, and he was just trying his luck. The case then went to the Labour Appeal Court, and Kate Savage, in the end, said, far from it being not so serious, because it wasn't physical. Right, Mr. Simmers capitalized on her isolation in Botswana to make the unwelcome advances, and the fact that his conduct was not physical, that it occurred during the course of one incident, was not persistent thereafter, did not negate the fact that it constitutes sexual harassment. Okay, that's a Labour Appeal Court ruling. That's the Simmers case. Whether you agree or not, it is, right? So it begs the question, that how do you try your luck at work? You don't, okay? You can't use the workplace as your personal Tinder because you're not going to know whether it is unwelcome. So the impact of this case has been where it's been quite important. Women continue to be harassed and victimized, and the courts will not tolerate that behavior. This is the position in South Africa, and any advances they make at the workplace may be judged harshly by the court, and the defense that they backed off once they became aware of their advances were unwelcome may not save them from being found guilty. So many younger generation people in workshops would say to me, but how do I know if she's interested or not? Because the reality is that relationships at work do happen. We all look very smart at work, and we're clever, more so than when you get up in the mornings. So it begs a very serious question on how we start communicating this and whether we have love declarations in this. So the ILO talks about violence and harassment as one concept, one noun, right, as a continuum. And it's very important to me to state that the notion that sexual harassment, or GBV, is male upon female. I know Tabia Kabinda yesterday spoke about that, but we have to understand that South Africa, other than many other countries in Africa, have always included the LGBTIQA+ community in our definition. So I can not tell you how many cases of male sexual harassment cases I have dealt with in the last year, okay, or previous year. So the majority of these cases are not reported, but it's the social norms about it. So I think we've got to be very clear that internationally, South Africa has upheld these principles already. I personally believe that South Africa is in a really good position to already ratify the ILO Convention. But I think the thing that people believe is any form of harassment or whatever must have been persisted has long been outruled. So the reason why I say that South Africa is in a position, in my mind, to ratify is because we have got lots of law. And why aren't we getting it right? Doesn't mean we create more law. So yes, the new Code of Good Practice proposed draft bill was tabled, and it was an attempt to align all in one place, right? And the comments was quite interesting. But our Constitution deals with violence and harassment. The Employment Equity Act and the good faith and the correct reading of it, specifically Section 60 of the duties, very clear and sophisticated. Some people see the light and others feel the heat. For me, one's got to deal with both. We have got 2 codes of good practice that I think people forget about. I still have lawyers arguing the 1998 code before me and forget that it was withdrawn in 2019. There are 2 codes of good practices, 2005 on handling sexual harassment, and that prevails, and then on the integration of HR into your policies, procedures, and practice. Go and read it sometime again, and that is it's a clear textbook. We don't have to devise new things. I think it's a case of going back to basics. The Employment Equity Act in Section 60 and deals with it specifically. Violence is a form of misconduct. I mentioned to you that OSH Act. The OSH Act and case law has very clearly made it clear that health and safety includes my health and safety. All of us have the right to work in a safe work environment and get treated with dignity and respect. Then we have the Protection from Harassment Act and PAPUDA. We have got law dealing with this. So I told you that the draft code was published. I was just talking about a safe work environment happened. The draft code of good practice. I think when I was part of NEDLAC discussions, I was struck by the fact and how we all have consensus. And the whole issue is really whether we are looking at the new definitions. So the only thing that the code has done now that is quite new is we have drawn all of those different definitions together, and the scope is the world of work, right? I think a previous presentation dealt with the definition of a workplace, but I think we all know work goes remotely, workplace and space. So when a person goes out on SALGA business and a client or a stakeholder or a shareholder harasses, or your employee is subjected to violence and harassment, that is the workplace. And this is why the convention talks about world of work. And the issue here is that what is the test? In that whole debate of the Simmers case, is it a subjective case? Is it what you intended to do? Or is it as the recipient received it? Or is it a balance between the two? So the issue is to be very clear on what definitions are, what the factors are, and what is the test. Because I think the test is not always that clear for us. What is clear in South Africa is that harassment is a form of discrimination. So once harassment is found in terms of the listed grounds, you may not discriminate against my sex, sexual orientation, gender, and as it is listed, then it's cast in stone. It is discrimination, right? Now, I wanted to just very quickly talk to you about common law duties. So the moment there is an employer-employee relationship, then in common law, forget even labor law or any other law, the employer has a duty to create a safe and healthy work environment. And if an employee can prove that they were subjected in a situation that was wrongful and by the conduct and causation and harm, then liability, they can bring a case of delict, right? So in common law. Also, remember the 3 stages the 3 parties that I put. This is not a case where the employer can say, well, I had nothing to do with what happened there in Botswana, right? Because the employer is vicariously liable for the actions of the 2 people, the harasser and the complainant. So anything that you neglected to do proactively and reactively could mean that you are liable. Okay. And because if the employee was acting in the scope and course of employment, right? So that case of Simmers, they were acting in the course of employment. So, and this matter, by the way, was dealt with already in 2005. I'm not going to go through all of the cases, but they're there for reference because I was asked specifically to do it. But I want to draw your attention to the existing law in the Act, which is not going to change at this point. right? The liability of you sitting here as a manager, you the employer, you are liable for the actions of that. So it's not something that you're going to say, I don't want to hear about it, or I don't think it is. Because if it is alleged that an employee while at work contravened a provision of the Employment Equity Act or engaged in any conduct of that employee, that you must act immediately. Immediately. So what does immediate mean? And our experience has been, particularly in state-owned enterprises, that we don't act immediately. We just sort of sit on it, or we prejudge it. The employer must consult all parties, and that clearly means talking to the parties involved. And if you fail to take the necessary steps, then you are deemed to be liable. And despite that, the only time that you can get away from this liability, if you are able to prove that you did everything practicable. Now, many of my colleagues in the room today here will say, your English language, what's the difference between practical and practicable? The Act in several places says practicable. So I'm not here to talk law, but I'm talking simple English. It's everything that you are able to do to ensure that it doesn't happen. And when it does, so you have to prevent it and eliminate it, because it is discrimination. So I then give you the definition of harassment in Bermuda, of unwanted conduct which is persistent or it's serious, a once-off. So again, I get to the fact that we have got plenty of legislation clarifying this. It's a case of not having to guess. Yeah, in my mind it is, because very often a complainant of racial harassment or workplace bullying or sexual harassment will go and tell the human capital person. And then they say, but it's he said, she says, how do I prove it? It's his word against my word, right? Section 60 says you must act immediately and you must consult all the people. And then people come and they will say, but please don't tell anybody. Keep it confidential. I don't want anybody to know, but I'm being harassed. And of course, then human capital or the line manager says, but they told me that I'm not allowed to tell anybody. I must keep it confidential. How does that stake out to you must immediately act and consult all the people? And what happens to my liability as the employer? Because keeping it confidential between the harasser, alleged, and the complainant, there's a third party. Right? So we had the Liberty Masanga case where exactly that happened, where the person went and said, don't tell anybody, so the HR person didn't. They resigned, was reinstated, and still the employer did nothing. And the courts then said, but Liberty, and I'm not, this is a reported case, you failed in your Section 60 duty. Now I'm asking you, how many of you even know your policy? What will you do if you were in that position, right? Because what I've hoped to show you here is that you're the part of the triangle. So we can't deal with underreporting. We can't deal with not doing it. And you need to understand very clear what harassment is and what it isn't. So again, I've referred you to the 2005 code definition. And we'll get back to sexual harassment if we have time as we go. The other area that is included in the ILO convention is workplace bullying. Now, this is perhaps one of the most reported cases or experienced, but yet not dealt with. And most managers are worried, well, am I going to be accused of being a bully the moment when I'm a bit autocratic or strong? And I think, therefore, we've got to understand that violence, workplace bullying in itself is foreseen, and that it is part of violence and harassment. But it isn't defined in the Employment Equity Act. And unlike sexual harassment or racial harassment on a listed ground, workplace bullying is not seen as one of the listed grounds, but we've had a very recent case that accepted that workplace bullying is a form of harassment. So whether that falls under the occupational Health and Safety Act or whether it falls under the Labor Relations Act, for me, is what has to be seen. In the Violence and Harassment Code, it was brought in, and there was a lot of argument from lawyers whether we could put it in there without amending the Employment Equity Act. I'm not so worried about the fact. The fact is that it is there. When I get to racism in the Constitution, I think the same thing happens. We've had very, very good guidelines in South Africa. Again, the hierarchy of law, it's in our Constitution. And we don't have to start wondering what is and what isn't. The new code proposed, however, a consolidated definition of what racial harassment is again. So the new code proposed in some form or other a definition, the elements to be present, and the test to be used, whether that goes through in that format. But here again, we're looking at it is how I experience it. It's not whether it's subjective or objective, but it is the reasonable complainant or recipient test. So it's a balance between the two. And the factors that we see to be considered is the language is abusive, the language is directed at a particular person, the level of malice, and the extent and degree. And there was a proposed test. Because people say, oh, well, you're just oversensitive, or you got a chip or on your shoulder. Oh, but he made that to him, and he's this culture or that language or that tribe or ethnicity, so that can't be racism. We know also, well, do you have to prove the intention to discriminate? And the answer in South Africa is no. We have had directive recent judgments, and perhaps I will take you through it, but very quickly, is that in this particular case where the use of a derogatory term was dealt with, and the court said that it runs against the very essence of what we want to do. And I'm hearing lots of people saying these days, oh, but you've got to be so PC. You've got to watch what you say, and I'm too scared to say anything. But I think that in these judgments that I've included here for you, for those of you who want to refer to it, the court has held that even seemingly neutral language may be offensive. And again, the people who say, but I didn't intend to, and I'm not PC, I just call it as it is. Forget that even that kind of neutral language may be offensive and constitute racism, depending on how it was spoken about. But the dismissal was considered fair in its consequences. And then the same case in terms of whether the word boer carries similarly derogative connotation, looking at our history. And anybody should be aware that the language that they use should not be racially offensive. And the Constitutional Court, again, in that case, held that calling a fellow employee a swart man, which was translated as black man, was racist and derogatory. Because, you don't say, well, there walks my white male friend, but you have to say, but there walks my black male friend. Then in the case that Jeannie Gaylord did a couple of years ago, it went to Constitutional Song, again about the struggle song. And I think the importance here was that context matters. I remember her doing this case at the time where people were shouting and singing a historic song, and it was found not to be racist. So again, that was the issue of accusing people of racism. And if you just accuse somebody of racism, in itself could be misconduct. Going back to sexual harassment, cases where people don't report. Mostly males seem to also underreport, or people just don't. Why didn't you ever speak up? Well, the very nature of harassment is such that you are disempowered and don't speak up. And what is important for us to know is that in the Rustenburg Platinum Mines case, the issue of harassment where a person was promised a job in the beginning if she gave sexual favors, and then she didn't when she got the job. And for many years, she was constantly badgered by propositions. And eventually she brought the case. And the commissioner there said, well, you know, she couldn't have been sexually harassed because she didn't say anything for so long. The courts here said that that commissioner failed to look timelessly at what needed to be done, and silence no matter how long, does not amount to consent. So what do we do as an organization? There is case law. We have plethora of law. I think that what we need to do is that we've got to be very sure that we review our policies and procedures, particularly that of grievance policy. A complaint is not a grievance because Section 60 says you must deal it immediately. But your sexual harassment policies, grievance goes step 1, step 2, step 3 by the time. It's not immediate. The other area of 2005 code says that there is you can choose to go formal or informal. Grievance procedure doesn't have that procedures. So I do believe that there is a need to update policies and procedures and to include sexual harassment as a part of GBV and to cater for racial bullying and all other forms of violence and harassment. You've got to look at how you conduct investigations and train people very, very quickly in how to do it, interviewing offenders and looking at the law of evidence. Because are we getting it around? I think that the cases that we've seen of political parties not even having a policy because they were too busy, and how they proactively didn't do anything, let alone reactively, when a case happens and finds that that's not sexual harassment, you're wondering what definition and test is employed. We're using very often lengthy investigations, lengthy disciplinary hearings, and then arbitration. So a complainant goes through an investigation, then through a hearing, then through a court cases, and by that time, very often, I can tell you, you've lost your witnesses. So perhaps a fresh approach is how do we adapt to the broader perspective of violence and harassment, is to go back to basics again and to look at what we should do. We need to have a robust violence and harassment strategy that also talks to the government's pillars of strategy in GBV that I'm sure you've dealt with. For me, my experience over the last couple of years has been have the conversations, surface the conversations in the form of a discussion and in e-learning, so that people understand, no, it's not okay to sit there and say, you look sexy today, and that top is not on you. And, and what do you do? Because people think that that is quite normal. You know, how do you mean we can't compliment somebody because they're going to not like it if we don't compliment them? Organizations need to have the policy, the procedure, and to talk about this and appoint a trusted person to where the cases go. I strongly recommend that specialists are important, and that's why I mean the grievance process is not the process to deal with violence and harassment cases. And to establish a user-friendly, easy way for people to say, I am being bullied, I am being harassed. Why do I as the employer want to know immediately? Because I have a liability. There's a risk for me, other than the risk of people who are subjected to violence and harassment not performing, absenteeism and illness and productivity. There is the risk of vicarious liability in that. I also do think we need a contemporary dispute resolution process. And I think we need to challenge the conversations in our head. I would like to ask you all, what are you seeing on the screen? If you are reading Paris in the spring or a bird in the hand, you would be wrong. It says Paris in the spring and a bird in the hand. What I mean by this is we all have conversations in our head, and it is time for us to check whether what we believe and do and see is really what it is. And there is a need to go back to basics. And it is, for me, moving away from just affirmative action, employment equity, to look past the valuing diversity, but really to manage diversity and inclusion in our organization, where it doesn't matter who I am, that I feel that if I perform, if I'm able and willing I'm allowed to perform. And that is irrelevant what my sexual orientation or gender or race is. But there is a need for us to go back to basics. And I think that is about the quickest that I can handle quite a difficult topic with case law. And I don't know if there are any questions in this.
Wow. Thank you, Annelie, for your presentation. Very insightful. And I think we've learned a lot. And I think most of the municipalities who are participants here would want to engage with you more. I know my municipality, we're going to have a session in March, and obviously we would need your input. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving an emphasis on the roles, the triangle that you shared with us, and the role of the employer. So it becomes important for the employer to ensure that they provide the training for their staff, because they will be held liable if they do not. So thank you for sharing that with us. So without further ado, I'd like to call on stage now Councillor Ola Pagati, who is going to be doing a vote of thanks. But before that, can I just request that the delegates to please look out for the seminar evaluation forms, the link that's going to be sent via your email, and please ensure that you complete this and your LG-SETA enrollment forms as part of your compliance for your SAPPP CPD certificate for this seminar. So thank you for that. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Thank you. The vote of thanks by Councillor Kola will be online. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Program Director, dignitaries who have joined the meeting, participants from municipalities, ladies and gentlemen, receive our kind greetings. We have had a very fruitful 2 days filled with deep intellectual and pragmatic deliberations in this virtual annual labor law seminar hosted by SALGA. I trust you have all enjoyed and gained workable knowledge from the engagements we're having. The labor law seminar this year under the theme, A Responsive and Effective Municipal Labor Relations System in a rapidly changing world of work. This is an important thing because we are operating in a highly legislated sector, and we must always do things in accordance with the law without compromising service delivery and the pace and impact of development. South African local government law is a reflection of the complexity of the sector, and as we have heard over the past 2 days, there is a need for a deep review and a reform of some of the legislations in order for them to be adaptable to the reform. Laws and regulations sharper. As the National Executive Committee of SALGA, we want to thank you for your attendance and your attention. To the speakers and panelists and moderators, we are grateful for your dedication and your integrity as you presented your knowledge and wisdom to the participants. A lot of work goes into the organization of a seminar such as this, and it is important to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the seminar team who created a highly relevant and informative event. I am confident that a seminar of this nature will have a deep and lasting impact in our municipalities, helping us to avoid legal challenges while rapidly improving on development. Let us once more thank all of you for participation. Thank you.
You haven't heard the last of me yet. Just thank you so much. I think I'm going to call on Mr. Ria Loluchungu, just to say a vote of thanks to the team that made sure that this virtual seminar has taken place and it was successful. Thank you, Mr. Loluchungu.
Thank you once more. And just so that we do this in a COVID compliant and socially distant way as much as we can I just ask the colleagues that are part of the operations teams just to come on stage with their masks on. I hope the production team can give the delegates out there a screenshot of who are the team members from SALGA that have been instrumental in putting this event together. We've done it for the first time in SALGA, and we hope that we've done everything we could to make it a worthwhile experience for all of you. You might not be aware that we have delivered this seminar via a studio set up at a venue that most of you are familiar with, which is the Birchwood Conference Center. These are men and women, colleagues at SALGA, who have toiled for hours to try and conceptualize this idea, put it together, organize the speaker to come forward, make sure that the environment is conducive to our environment of COVID compliance. So I would like again to thank all the colleagues here who are part of the SALGA family for the wonderful effort and the work that they've done to put this together. But more importantly, thank you as well as delegates who have connected from wherever you have, at home, at work, to your devices in various forms, and we really appreciate that you have been part of this occasion. The venue the managers from here at Birchwood, the production team that has been very helpful in making sure that the streaming service functions as well as it should. The behind-the-scenes team from our implementation partner, EmpowerWorks, the photographers. You can go to the app, you can see the photo gallery. The only thing we've missed in this seminar is to have photos of delegates. Unfortunately, we've not been able to deliver to your expectation. But once more, thank you very much. And this officially brings this third annual labor law seminar, annual local government labor law seminar to a close. Thank you so much and God bless. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.